Hi, in this tutorial you will develop React plus Spring Boot social app full stack development by Axios. The overview of the project. In this course you will develop full stack social web application with Spring Boot and React. Here are the CRUD features. We include create post, get post, update likes, update on likes, and then update comment. We also have other features which include likes count for each post, unlikes count for each post, and then comment count for each post. So now let's look at the demo of what we are going to build. So here is our social app that we will build together, and this is the post section. As you can see, we have name and the post. Here Aliyu Sahaba Adam posted talk is cheap, show me the code, okay, by Linus Torvald. And then we have Yasir Yusuf, we have Toby, and then as you can see here we have the create post where you will add your name and then write a post. Okay, so we have added a place for name because we only focus on the creating the social app, not involving the login and the logout session where we can use the name provided by the login details. Okay, so here is the comment section. When you click, it will take you to the comment section. As you can see, we have two comments here. Anthony, love this. Clara, yeah. So on the post, talk is cheap, but show me the code. So you see the count of the likes. We have 12 likes, and this like 1 we have 2 comments, and when you click you see the number is added. When we click, it works. So this is what we will going to build. Let me add another post and add Aliyu Sahabo Adam again. So in this case, let me check what we will going to post. Let me just say making memories. So when we click, you see we have, if we like, the count. So now let me comment on this post, and let me set Yasir Yusuf and just write love this comment. Okay, you see we have comment and the counter increase. Okay, so this is what we will going to build together with you in this tutorial series. Okay, here is a quick overview of React, Redux, and Spring Boot, which are the pillars of our app. React.js is a JavaScript library for building user interface, and it is based on concept of component. React.js is declarative, which means that you describe what you want your UI to look like. React.js is open source project created by Facebook. In case of Redux, here Redux is a predictable state container for JavaScript application. It acts as a centralized data store, holding all the critical information about our app's state. Okay, Redux can be used with any JavaScript app, but it is commonly used in tandem with React. The last thing is Spring Boot. Java Spring Boot is an open source framework designed to simplify the development of Java-based application. Spring Boot is developed by the Pivotal team, and it is used to build standalone and production-ready Spring applications. Here is what you will learn in this tutorial. You will build your first full-stack application with awesome UI using React, Redux, and Spring Boot. You will introduce to basic of React, which include component, JSX, state, and props. You will learn how to effectively use React Router with class components. You will learn how to connect your React Redux frontend with Spring Boot backend. You will learn how to make REST API call with Axios. You will introduce the basic of Redux, which include reducers, actions, and store. You will learn how to configure MySQL with Spring Boot. You will learn how to build Spring Web MVC application with Spring Boot. You will learn how to build social application with functionalities that include comment, like, onLike, and post. In the next video, we will look at the architecture of our application. Hi, in this video, we will look at the architecture of our social networking app Spring Boot React Full Stack application architecture. We use MySQL DB to store comment, post, like, and onLike. And as you can see, these are the 4 pillars of our application: React, Redux, Spring Boot, and MySQL DB. As you can see here, we have React. Inside React, we have Router. We use Router to navigate around posts because each post have its comment. So we have component. Component is what make up our application, and each component have a task to perform. So this component, as we have different component, create post component, so this component make up the application. So, and we have Axios, which we make a REST API call. Inside the Redux, as you can see, we have action because you see it connected to our component. Inside the component, we have some functions, and some of these functions we called it from the action. So when we call the action inside our component, when it is executed, it called the Redux. We have Redux middleware, which allow us to do some asynchronous work, such as sending a request. Okay, so when we send a request, then it direct to the API Axios in the React, then to Spring REST controller, Spring Data JPA, MySQL DB. Okay, so this is how we make requests. And you see we have reducer. Reducer executes these actions that we have, and when it executes this action, there are logic that we apply. Based on the action, we apply some logic in reducer, and the reducer perform this logic. When it performs, it changes our state, which is in store. So when the state change, then it will display to view. And this is the architecture. We will continue to use this architecture throughout the course because it will help us know where we are, and you will recall the lesson that we have done before using the architecture. So we will continue to use the architecture throughout the application. And the next thing we will look at is the tools and technologies that we use. So here we have tools and technologies that we use in front end. So in front end, we use VS Code IDE, React, Redux, Axios, HTTP library, which we use to perform a request, or we used to make REST API call. Okay, we have Node.js and npm Redux Chrome dev tool. Okay, so this is the tools and technologies we use in front end. And then in the backend, we have Spring Suite tool, Maven Apache 4.0.0.0. We use MySQL driver, Spring Boot 3.2 plus. Then the Java version is 17. Okay, so these are the tools and technologies we use both in the backend and in the front end. Okay, so the next thing we will look at is the prerequisite. So what you need to have, or what you will have before following this tutorial, so that you will not left behind. Okay, so here are the prerequisites. First, at least you have basic knowledge of JavaScript. You have at least basic knowledge of HTML, CSS, then basic knowledge of Java, as our backend deal with Java. So then we have React basic, at least you have knowledge of React basic. Then you have Node.js and npm installed in your VS Code. So this is what are the prerequisites. Okay, so in the next video we will create a new Spring Boot project. Here in the STS, let's create a new Spring Boot project for our social app. Create Spring Starter project. Next, it will connect us to the spring.io. This name, the name of the project is for the previous tutorial. Let me just remove this and name the social app. Okay, so here we are using Maven Java version 17, language Java. The group is coding techniques, and let me change the description to social networking app. Okay, so now let's go further and add the dependency. I name the package as coding techniques as well. So here we need a Spring Web. We are using Spring version 3.2.4. Let's add Spring Web. We use Spring Data JPA, and we also need MySQL driver, then Spring DevTool. So these are the 4 dependencies we are using. Okay, so now let's click finish. Okay, now here is our just initialized Spring Boot social app project, and inside this project you see we have the package coding techniques, and inside this here is the starter class. Okay, now we will create a new package model where we will have our JPA classes model. So, and then we will also need the repository package.repository. Okay, so we also need a controller package where we will define the controller class, package.controller. Okay, so inside this model we will create a new class post, and we will also create another class comment. So let's create another class comment. So click finish. We have post and comment class inside the model. So now let's go to the post and start implementing this class. We will annotate this class with @entity, so it will map to database, and let's add some field. First we will start with the primary key private long ID, which is the ID of the post in the database. So we will annotate this with @generated value. We will add the generated type strategy, generation type dot identity. So let's have another auth ID. Okay, so let me take this to the top. It will be better like this. Okay, so now let's start adding the field for the post. So the post will need a user, so we will define a user, private string user. So and the user will post a content, so let's add private string content. Okay, so after the post will have like and unlike, so we will add this private int like, so on, then private int unlike. So we will keep the record for the like and unlike for this post. So that is not all, the post will also have a comment. Okay, so the comment will be many, so we need a list to hold the comment. Let's add list of comment. So and then let's name the field variable as comment, and this will set today. We will use array list to store. Okay, array list. So let me import the array list manually from the Java util. So let's go to the tab, import java.key.util, not all, so array list. Let's save this. Okay, now the next thing we will do, we will add the column name for the field. So for the user, let me add the column. The column here will be users. Okay, so let me add the content will be content because there are many in the column. And then for the like, I will add post like, and then for the unlike will be post unlike. This specify the name of the column in the database. Okay, post unlike. So on for this one, we need to define the relationship between the post and the comment. Okay, so here it is one-to-many relationship because each post will have many comments. So one post will have many comments. In this case, we will add these to add one to many. Okay, one to many, here it is. So inside this we will define the fetch type. Okay, fetch, let us the fetch type here to lazy. Okay, dot lazy. So when we define the type to lazy, the fetching strategy for this relationship In this case, it means the associated entity will be fetched from the database only when they are accessed for the first time. Okay, so now we will also add another operation, and it is cascade type dot all. Okay, we are setting cascade type dot all, which means it specifies the cascade operation, and it means that all cascade operation, including passes, match, remove, will be propagated not only to the parent but to the associated entities. Okay, so and we will specify the join column. Okay, let's add the join column. Add join column. So name, let's name it post ID. Okay, so this specify the ID of each post in the comment table. Okay, so if we go to the comment table, we will see the post ID. So, and it specified the post, the comment belong to which post. Okay, so now let's continue. So first we will add the let's generate constructor. Source generate constructor, deselect all, because this I will just generate the constructor with no parameter, and then let me also generate constructor with parameter. Okay, source generate constructor using field but excluding the ID. Okay, so what next is that we will generate the getters and setters. So generate getters and setters, select all. So you see here we have generate getters and setters for our post. Okay, now what is remaining is that we will go to have implementation as well for the comment. Okay, so let's go to the comment class. This is all we need here, the implementation of the post class. So now inside the comment as well will have a user, and it is a JPA entity class. So we will annotate it with at entity. So we will specify the ID and the generated value. So let's copy this. Okay, so here is what we have now. The comment will also have the user and the content, because a comment is performed or is done by a user. So we need the user private string user, so that is, and then we also need private string content. Okay, so the what he comment is the content. Okay, so we will continue. That is all for this. We will just generate constructor, source generate constructor, select all. So we generate constructor with no parameter. So we will also go and generate constructor. So without the ID. So these are only parameter that is user and the content. So we will also generate the getters and setters for these, and that is all. Go to the sources, generate getters and setters, select all. So this is all we need in a model class. The next thing we will do is that we will go to the repository package and then to the controller. So let's do this together. Okay, now let's create a inside this repository. We will create an interface, new interface, post repository. Okay, so and this will extend root repository. So and this will be post because this repository is for post. So by extending the root repository, our post repository will have access to all the method for performing JPA operation in the root repository. And let me have this as long. Okay, so this is what all we need here in the post repository. And the next thing, we will go to the controller and create new class, and the class will be social app controller. Okay, the class is creating. We have this, we will annotate this with @REST controller. We use this as REST controller because we are not using HTML content. We need to return a text in the browser so that we can see the JSON representation of the post. And then we also need @request mapping. So @request mapping, and let's have this social API. Okay, and all the later part that we will define, it will continue from the social API in its front. Okay, so let's face the auto-add and call the post repository, and it will be private because it's accessible only inside this class. We use it to perform some operation with our just defined repository. Okay, so first what we need is we will define the find all method that will get all our posts, and this will start at get mapping, and this will be, let me name it as post. That is our post. And let's define the method public iterable of post. Okay, and then let's name this method get all posts. Okay, so and it will return post repository dot find all. Okay, so this is what we have, and then we also need add post mapping, and for the post mapping we will use this to add post. These are two methods that we will be using so far, and then let's define the method. Public post and name it save post. That is the name of the method, and let's add the add request body post. Okay, so that is all. So they will finish the implementation of this method, and it will return the post that we just saved. Post repository dot save post that comes with the request in the request body. Okay, so now let's check what we are having here, on that we add these. Let not add response body, add request body. So okay, this is the add request body. Let me remove the add response body. Okay, sorry, this is all we need for now, and then the next thing is that we will have the configuration for the MySQL DB. Okay, so let's do this together. Okay, now we will add the configuration for MySQL DB, and let's go to the application.properties. So inside the application.properties, so here is what we will copy and add to the, and I will explain this later. So let's copy this. As you can see, I just zoom this so that you can able to copy, and you will also find it in the repository for the project. So let's go back to the application.properties. Okay, so this is the URL for the database, which is specify the JDBC URL for the database connection. Okay, so and the name of the database that we will create, the DB name that we will create is post, and here it is. So let's go to the MySQL workbench and create a new schema. So create new schema post. Okay, and let's make sure it matches the name. Okay, post, then apply. Okay, finish, and then so let's go back to the, here we have username and the password. Okay, the username specify the username for the database connection, password specify the password for the database connection, and we have this Spring JPA Hibernate DLL auto. We set this to update this property, determine how Hibernate handle the database schema, and we also have the login level of Hibernate SQL. We set this to debug, and we also have the trace, which is we set the type to trace. This section configure login level for the Hibernate. And the last thing here, we all have Spring.jpa properties Hibernate dialect. Okay, so this specifies the Hibernate dialect for the MySQL database. It specifies the Hibernate dialect class for MySQL 8. Okay, so this is all we need, and if we save this, we can now run the application and check the MySQL database to see if inside our schema we have the table with the name, comment and post, and all the values that we set, or I will set that the name of the column that we set. Okay, now let's try this. Run social app. So the application is running. So the application started successfully. Started social application. Tomcat started on port 8080. Okay, now let's go to the MySQL workbench. Refresh. First we refresh the DB and then open. You see we have tables. So inside this table we have comment. Let's enter the comment. You see we have this ID, content, user, and the post ID for the join column. And then let's go to the post. Okay, now let's add a value here, and we try to get this in the browser to see if our controller get all posts is working. Okay, so let me add the ID 1. The content is hi group. So and then the post like 0, post on like 0 as well. The user, let me add my name, Aliyu Sahabu Adam. Okay, so let me apply these changes. Okay, so now we have this, and then in the comment, let's go and add a comment. Okay, so inside the comment, so here inside the comments we will first specify which the comment belong to which post. The ID of the post that we have just created is 1, and then let me add another user. Let me set Yasir, set hi as well, and then the ID of this to the comment 1. This specify the ID of the post, that this comment belong to this post, and then this ID specify the ID of the comment. So let's apply these changes. Okay, now we have something on inside the DB, the post and comment. Okay, so now inside the browser we will try accessing the method get all posts, and then inside the social app controller we will access this using the social API post, which will get all the posts for us that we have. Okay, now we have a single post with a comment. Let's try to access. So social API post. Okay, now let's see. As you can see, we have ID 1, Aliyu Sahabo Adam, and then the likes is 0. He said hi group, onlike is 0 as well. So, and below this post we have someone commented, which is Yasir, the one that I have written in the comment. He's also said hi. Okay, now we have confirmed that the get mapping works. Okay, so for additional confirmation, let's copy this URL inside our now inside this, let's try inside the postman, let's try to send a request. Okay, you see we have this back. Okay, now what remaining, or what we will do next, is that since that we test this, we also need to test the add post. Okay, let's go back to the postman, the add post. We will change this to post, and then we will change this URL to add post. Okay, let's see if it match. Yes, add post. And then so we need to provide a request body. As you can see here, it uses the request body to save our information. Okay, now let's go back. Let me use this and do a little changes. Okay, from here, so inside this, let me add this and add some little changes. In this case, we will change this. Let us Toby, and then the post we will also change hi Aliyu, are you there? And then let me add the values to 1 and 2. The like supposed to be to it better, and here I will comment with, let me add my name face. I will comment with yes. Okay, so this is what I want to send, and this is the request body, and it will use this to save in the DB. Okay, now let's send this. Okay, so you see it works. And to confirm this, let's go back to the MySQL DB, refresh the database. You see we have yes here, and it replaced the post, it replaced the other one that we have because I set the ID to 1. And then let's go to the post. We have hi Aliyu, are you there? That is the one that we just added, and the post like too. Why it replaces it? Because we set the ID to the same value. If we will change it to another value, we will not have this problem. Okay, so let me try to change the ID, and you see it will be a different post. I will change this to 2, so not this one in the request. I will change this to, so I will change for the post to 2, and I will also change this to 2. Okay, So let me send a request again. Check the database. So you see we have this. Okay, this is what we have done so far, and the next thing we will do is to create a new React app in the VS Code. So let's do this together. Hi, in the last video we created a new Spring Boot project and configure MySQL database. In this video we will create a new React app for our social networking application. So make sure you create a folder where you want your project to be it in desktop or somewhere else. So then click on the open folder, look for the folder that you created. I created my own inside a folder Frontend project, and here it is. So I have a lot of folders here. So here is the social app project folder. It is an empty folder, so let's select this. Okay, now the folder is selected. Okay, I want to remove this. You see we have this folder. So now let's go to the terminal, new terminal. Okay, here is where we will write a command to create a new React app. Okay, before then let me go to the browser. Here in the Node.js, if you doesn't have Node.js on your machine, make sure you have downloaded the Node.js on your machine. Okay, so now to create a new React app, let me search here. I will show you how to create React app. So here we have this link, search for create React app, and then here is the first link that provided. You see we have create React app, get started. Okay, after getting started, you see this is how you can create your new React app. npx create React app, then the name of the app that you want to create. Okay, so now you can copy this. So we will use this to create React app in the terminal. So now you paste it. Now what remaining is the name of the app that we want to create. Okay, so in my case I will name the project social, or the app social app. Okay, then click enter. So it will take time to create, so I will stop the recording until it finish. You will see the process of creating in the terminal, so you have to wait a little as it is creating the React app. Okay, now finally we created a new React app. As you can see, here is the folder social app inside our social app project folder, and here is the new React app. Okay, before opening any folder here, first let us start the application. We just created it now, and to start it, here we have to write this command cd, then the name of the app. Okay, first let's add cd social app. Okay, now we will write the npm start. So it will start the application. Npm start. Click enter. So this will start the application. Once it started, we will see in the browser on port 3000. So it will take a little time. Now our app is successfully started. Then if we go to it started on this port, you see 3000. When you go to the browser, you will see a running React app. Okay, let me open this. So here is the React app. Okay, now let's go back to the React app and check. I will explain how it works. Okay, now let me explain some of these files before going further. You see we have social app, which is the name of the app that we just create. Inside it we have some folders and then followed by files. You see we have this source. Okay, let me open the source. Inside this source we have app.css, app.js. Now let me enter this app.js. This app.js is the main component here that contains the logic that is running here, and we can change the value if we want. You see here is the logic, edit source app.js. You see here is what the code edit source app.js. Okay, so as you can see, this is combined JavaScript and as well HTML syntax inside it. It is called JSX, JavaScript XML. It's a JavaScript extension that allow creation of document object model trees using an XML-like syntax. Okay, and it initially created by Facebook. So now let's try to change this code and write something here. Okay, so let me have a h1 and say hi. So if we save this, then you can see we have hi here, and you see this function, it's written export default app. So it is exported. When you see the function exported, there will be somewhere it will be imported. So let's check out where this app is imported. Okay, here in the index.js, you see we have import. It is imported, which is the app here that you see the function is imported inside this index.js, and it is rendered. So we use this root.render to render the app, not only the app but the component. So we are passing all this inside the root, which is a div in the HTML. You see document.get element by ID. So where is this HTML? If you go to the public, you see we have index.html, and this is the index.html, and you can ask where is the CSS for our app. You see here is the CSS for our app and all this rotation logic here. Okay, and this app.css is imported inside the app. You see we have this import app.css. This is the logic for this app function that we have. And you see we have index.css. Also it is the imported here, index.js. okay, so we also have this package.json. You see, these are the dependencies that come with the React DOM, React script. These contain the dependency and other important information I will set. Okay, inside the readme we also have some of the procedure and information on how to run the React, okay, or on how to use the React. Okay, this is what I will explain so far. In the next video we will create our first component for a social networking app. Okay, let's see you next. Hi, welcome back to our tutorial building social networking app full stack development. In the previous tutorial we create a new React app, and here it is. In this tutorial we will create our first component. Okay, so here we need a CSS file for our social app.css, and below this video you will find a link to the repository of this project, and inside this you will find the social app.css. so it only social app.css inside this repository. So once we finish we will upload the files for the project. So for now, let's download this. Click on the social app.css. This is the CSS for the whole app. Then download. So here it is. Now let's go show in folder, and here is our file. Okay, we just need to drag it into our source folder. Here we are inside the source folder, and here it is. So in each component we will render, we may have a class name that corresponds to the social app.css, and we need it to render with the look or with the style. So to do this we just need to call the social app.css inside the index.js. okay, now let me save these changes that we just have. Okay, social app.css inside the index.js we need to import the social app.css. okay, social app.css. okay, this is the file. We import it this way. Okay, then we save the project. Okay, now the next thing we will do, we will create our first component as I said. So let's create a new folder called component, and inside this folder we will have all our component. Okay, let's have this folder component inside the source file, and inside the source folder, and we will create our first component called post.js. okay, so now go to the extension and search for React code snippet. It will help us generate code faster, and here it is. I already installed it. When you search for it in the extension you just need to install it. Okay, now let's go back to our post component that we just create, and using the C we will create a class component, as you see. Okay, here is the class component. This class, we don't need the state. Okay, we only need the render method, and it will return some HTML element. And let's have a div here, but before then let's give the class a name, post, and we will be export these posts. Okay, so let's have our face component here inside div. I explained what is JSX in the previous lesson. Okay, so inside this we will have face h2, and we will pass a prop this dot props the user. This expect a user. We will pass the prop to this class in another class. Maybe we will call it inside the PostBox or inside the app.js. Once we call this class, we will remember that we have to pass the user. Okay, the next thing we will do is we need a p element, and this dot props dot content. Okay, so this is our face component, and that face let import this component for the React. Okay, import React and component. Okay, now we are safe. Now we need to call this post and pass the value of the user and content, then try to render this. Okay, so before, let's create another PostBox, because inside the PostBox we may have a lot of these posts. Okay, so let's create new file inside the component PostBox. This will contain all the posts that we will have. PostBox.js. Okay, and this will also, we will generate it like this and call this PostBox, as simple as this. And we don't need the state for now here. Let's save this, and here we have to copy the component import statement. Okay, so here we will call our PostBox. Now we need to our post inside the PostBox, so we need to import the post. Okay, you see it imported. We import the post, so we will use it here. Okay, so first let's have a div. And this div will be, you will pass the class name. In normal HTML we just use a class like this to represent a class, and in the React we use this class name. and we will pass is to post. This post is inside our index dot it's inside our social app.css. okay, now let's call the post, and inside this we need to pass the props that we have inside the post. As you can see, we have user and content. Okay, so we need to have user here equal to, then we pass the value of user. Okay, so here let me set the user is Aliyu Sahabu Adam, and then we will pass the content as, let's see it, hi group. Okay, now inside the post box we have this post. Let me duplicate this, so, and I will change this name to Yasir Yusuf, and I will just leave the content as hi group. Okay, this is what we have. To have this rendered, we need to call it inside the app.js. So now inside the app.js we will call the PostBox. Okay, but we have to delete this, and we just need a div here. I will change this to container. Okay, then followed by h1, and the h1 I will pass social, I will have social app. Okay, so now we will call our PostBox, so we need to import the PostBox as well here. Okay, now you see it is imported, and it is inside the component.postbox, that is the directory, and all we need to do is PostBox. Okay, now when we save this, we will have the PostBox rendered in the view. Now let's check. You see we have the PostBox, and with the name Aliyu Sahabu, and we also have the content hi group as well as Yasir Yusuf, also with the content hi group. Okay, now we tested our component and the CSS file works fine, and here it provided the color as expected in the CSS file and how it looked like. So the next thing, we will have to fetch the data of the post from the database, and here is where we will introduce a Redux to you. We will also introduce Axios HTTP for making REST API call to the Spring Boot. So this is what we will going to do next. See you in the next video. Hi, welcome back to this tutorial. In the previous video, we create our first React component for our app. We created post and postbox component, and in this tutorial we will introduce you to Redux, where we will use Redux to manage our application state. So first of all, what we need to do is we need to install the dependency for our Redux. Okay, so go to the terminal. Here we have this. We want to create new terminal where we will install the dependency. Click on the plus that you see. Okay, so we will use this terminal to go to the social app directory. Okay, then npm install. We will use this command to install the dependency. So we need about 4 dependency. First we need a Redux, then we need another dependency for configure store, which is at Redux.js / toolkit. Okay, and we also need another dependency for the dev tool at Redux dev tool. We have hyphen here before dev tools, then / extension at Redux dev tool extension, and then we have 3 here. The last thing we will need is the React Redux dependency. Okay, first we have npm installed Redux at Redux.js toolkit separated by just a space, and then at Redux DevTool extension, then React Redux. Then click on enter. It will start installing all these dependency. It will take a time, and once the dependency is installed, we will see those dependency inside the package.json. Okay, now here is our dependency all installed. If you go to the package.json, you will see we have all the dependency at Redux DevTool extension, at Redux.js toolkit, Redux, and React Redux. Okay, now let's create a new folder where we will create file for our Redux inside the source folder. Okay, inside this folder we will create a new folder, Redux. So inside the Redux we will create new files. Okay, let's start with the action types.js. Okay, we now create a new file, action types.js. Inside these action types we will have a function which we will export, and inside the function we will have a type, and a type is what our reducer will use inside a switch statement to identify an action. Okay, now let's have this function, which will start with export because we will use this in another class, post type. We will name the function post type because it will consist our types inside. First, let's define the get. Okay, we have this. Let's name the type as coding techniques /post / like a look like a URL. It is just a type to identify this function, the function that will use this, which is the action inside our reducer. Okay, now we have a get, and we will use this get to add some posts that we fetch from database into our state. Okay, now let's create a new file again for the action. So we will name this file action.js. So inside this we will first import the function that we just defined, action types. make sure you save the file, import star as action types, then from we call the directory. So now we will define our first function, which is export function, and I will name this action get all available posts. Okay, so, and it will return a type and a payload. A payload is the post that we will use to insert into our state after we fetch it from the database. Okay, now let's have a semicolon here, and then first start with the type. Now we import a action types, and inside these action types we will have access to the just get that we created. Okay, now we need a payload. Payload is the post that we want to put inside our state. Okay, so now let's have a post here, and we will pass it as parameter. So we'll have this. Okay, so this is okay, and we define our first function. So the next thing we will do is we will have a reducer, and the reducer will use this action. Let's create our reducer. Before creating reducer, we know that the reducer use state. We need state in a different file, which is initial state, new file, initial state.js. Inside this initial state we will have const. We will define our initial state, which is the array of post object. Initial state equal to, so we will have array like this, empty array. This is the initial state. Okay, and we will use this inside the reducer. We are going to export this, export default initial state. Okay, then save it. So now let's create a reducer file, new file, reducer.js. So reducer is a function that will use the state and action. Okay, now let's define a function of a reducer. Export default function, let's name it post reducer. Okay, and here we will pass the state. We already have the state equal to our initial state that we just defined. Let's import it, initial state. Okay, equal to initial state, and then we need action. Using the action we will access type. We already define a type and connect it to the action that we define here. So let's go back to the reducer. We will have a switch statement. We will switch the action.type, so it check the action based on its type. So we need to define what happened here before it passes to our store. Okay, so we already define a type, and let's import the post type here because we will use it. We have the post type inside this. We don't need to write this again, we just use it inside the reducer. Let's have this. Okay, so for the case that this action is called the action with this type, Let's define action types dot post type dot get. When we have this case, then what we will do is we will add the payload to our state. Okay, so we will return first we need a split operator, which is a copy of our array of object. Then we add a new object, which is action dot payload. So this is what we have here, and the last thing we will do, if nothing happens, we'll just return the state, and we need to set the default here. Default return, we will just return a state without manipulating it. Okay, so this is what we have defined so far. Okay, now we need to import combine reducers. We will add our reducer inside the combine reducer. Combine reducer is a function provided by the Redux to combine our reducers. We may have a multiple reducers, and we will add them inside the combine reducer, but in this case we have only one reducer. So let's import a combine reducer and add our post reducer. Import combine reducers, okay, from Redux. Okay, so now we will add the post reducer inside the combine reducer. Let's define a function export and name it a root reducer. We will add this inside our store. Store is where the state of our application lives. We send new state and we also get the state. So this will be equal to combine reducers, and inside this we will have a post and set it to post reducer. So this is all for our combine reducer, and the next thing we will have our store for this state, because the store is where the application set lives, and we will set all necessary things that we need for the store. So let's create a new file store, and we will set our store inside this store.js. So first we need to import configure store. It's a function provided by Redux.js toolkit. Configure store from Redux.js toolkit. Okay, so we will use this function to set our store. Let's have this store equal to the just configure store that we import. So inside this we will define all the necessary things that we need, and let's export this, export default store. So this is what we have so far. The first thing, we need to add our reducer that we define, reducer, and set it to root reducer. Import root reducer, here it is, root reducer, and we also need our initial state. We have previously defined initial state, and this will set to the preloaded state equal to initial state. So we need to import our initial state, import initial state. So, and we add it here. Okay, and we also need dev tool. The dev tool, we need to add compose with dev tool. The compose with dev tool allow us to see how our action is dispatched. So let's import compose with dev tool. Compose with dev tool. Okay, so we have it from the let's add it from at Redux dev tool extension. Okay, this is the definition. Okay, so we set dev tool to the compose with dev tool function. Okay, so the last thing we need to add is the middleware. Okay, the middleware allow us to do some asynchronous work. We will do some REST API call by having the middleware, and the default middleware is the Redux tongue, and by calling the get middleware we will have this. We supposed to add the get middleware, add comma, and call the get middleware, but even without this it automatically knows that the middleware that we are calling here is part of the Redux.js toolkit. So call get default middleware. So we have this get default middleware. So, and then set this to get default middleware. That is all. So if you need additional middleware that which are custom, you need to add it. You just add concat and then list the middleware that you have inside the concat. For now we only need the Redux tongue middleware. So this is all we need here, and we need to go to the index.js to make sure that the state is provided across all the components. So we need to have import the provider. Okay, so provider is part of the React Redux. So let's import it here. Import provider from React Redux. Okay, so we will wrap the app inside the provider element. So let's have the provider. So inside this, let's copy the app inside, and we will provide the store. So we need to import store inside this index.js. Import store. Okay, from the Redux store. Okay, this is all for this. The next thing we will do, let's check if we have an error phase. Go back to this. It is compiling, as you see. So when we have any error calling this library, it will show. So we have this error. Let's check it here. Import with reducer was not found. So let's go back and check this. inside the store. We have this problem inside the store.js. So we have root reducer from this. So we need to go back and save this root reducer. That is why we are having this problem, because they previously that we add the root reducer and we did not save it. That is all. And let's go back and check. So now we doesn't have any error. So the last thing we will do is to check if it works by dispatching something else, or by dispatching some information into the store. So now to dispatch an action into the store to test if our Redux works, let's go to the store. Inside the store you can see we have compose with devtool. DevTools allow us to see how our Redux application is working. We can see if we dispatch some action, but before then go to the Chrome. So we need to add Chrome Redux DevTool. You see, click on search Redux DevTools, click on the Redux DevTool. At the top you can see add to Chrome. That is because I already added. You can see we have removed from Chrome. So in your case you will see add to Chrome. So click on add to Chrome. You will have your Redux DevTool for Chrome. Then right click inside the Chrome. You will see you have Redux DevTool. So you can decide to open it to left, right, or bottom. Now I open this Redux. So you see once we dispatch some action you will see it here. So let's go back to the code. Now we need to go back to the index.js. From here we want to dispatch an action. Okay, so we use store. It has a function called dispatch. Okay, so inside the dispatch we will pass the action. So let's import our action that we just defined. Import, we have get available post. Here it is. Okay, so we pass get available post, and you can remember we will pass a post to this get available post. So let's go to the, we previously in the database added a post, and when you look at it in the social API post, you click this URL, you will have the post here. So I need the raw data. So let me copy paste and pass it as a parameter. So because this is a post and this get available post expect a post like this. Okay, so now when we save it, then let me try. Okay, go to the Redux DevTool. You can see we have get it dispatch action, and here it what we have ID 1. You see that exactly what we have dispatched, and you see here it is, we dispatch the action get available post. So in the next video we will use Axios to fetch data from our database and then dispatch it like how we did this to our state. So let's see you in the next video. Hi, in the previous tutorial we set our Redux and even test it, check the Redux DevTool, we see how it works. In this tutorial we will fetch data from database and insert it into the Redux state that we created. then display it to the PostBox here. That is the component that we have created, PostBox. So to do this, we will use Axios for REST API call. So now let's create a new terminal. In the new terminal, go to the directory of the social app, and then we install Axios. npm install Axios. Okay, then click enter. It will take a little time to install. So now our Axios is installed. When you check your package.json, inside the package.json, you will see that we have Axios, and here it is. Now what remaining is that we will use these to make a REST API call. So let's create a new file inside the source. Okay, inside the source file we will create a new file and call that file API. It is a JavaScript file, new JS file. Okay, so inside this we will have all the logic for making REST API call. First, let's import the Axios from Axios. So here it is. We are now importing Axios. Okay, so the next thing we will do, let's have our base URL, but before then let's create a class here. Class API. Okay, so inside this class we will have some method that make a REST API call. So let's export this class. We will export it in such a way that other classes will access the members of the API. So we will export it like this, new API. So this is how we export this. Okay, now let's have some methods that operate on the data that we have. First, we will create a method that will get data from database, that is get post method, and then inside this method we will make a REST API call. Return Axios dot, you will have access to get, post, create, all the operations. So now we will get this, we will use get. As you can see inside these, we are using the get here, get all posts. That is the target URL that we are working on. Okay, so now let's go back. So now first we need to have a base URL. So the base URL, now let's define a const of social API base URL equal to, so we will have it inside this. So to get it, simply let's access the browser and try to, from the browser we will try to access this endpoint. Okay, so let's go inside the browser. So it's taking time entering the browser. Okay, here are we. So when we try to access by having social API, you see we have this social API post. Now it will bring all the data that we have in the database as we did it before. Okay, you see here it is. So now we copy the URL from here and then take it to this. So we are using the base URL. So, and this is not part of the base URL, we will add it later in the get method that we just called. Okay, so save this, and then we have social API base URL. After adding social API base URL, we will combine it with the what we want to access the endpoint, that is this one. Okay, so let's copy it, go back to the VS Code and add it like this. So that is what we will use to make a request get post. We will access it and get a post. Now let's change this to get post, because we are getting a lot of posts, not only one. Okay, so it is better like this. The next thing we will do is that we will fetch the data using this method and pass it to our get available post that we created in the action. So let's go to the action.js. Here in the action.js, we will use our API to fetch data, the function that we just defined now, and dispatch the data to the get available post. So let's import the API that we just defined. Okay, here it is, and then here we need to define a function. Let's name it export function. Let's name it get post. Okay, different from the get post that we defined. So, and this will get post using the one that we defined, get post, and then pass it to the get available post. So here we will define how we will use the dispatch. Okay, so we are not using the dispatch like store dot dispatch that we used earlier to dispatch the data. So we are using the dispatch like this, and it will help us because we have the tongue middleware. If you can go to the store.js, here we have this get default middleware, and it includes the tongue middleware. So it helps us and allow us to do some asynchronous work, such as sending REST API call. And here is important information: this root reducer that we have, you have to remove the bracket, just root reducer, and if you remove it like this, then you may not have problem in the future mapping your function. So you have to leave it like this. Okay, so now let's go back to the action.js and continue. So we call the API.getPost, and it will return a promise. After getting post, we need to perform some operation. Okay, so let's use the data like this, and then we will call the dispatch. But before then, let's have a curly bracket like this. So we call the dispatch and then get available post. So inside the get available post, our data, we will pass it here, res.data. So we also need to log the data so that we can see during the process. Log. So, and let's name this data fetch from DB. So, and we want to concatenate it with the res.data, but in this case we need it to be in a JSON string file so that we can see it as JSON. So we need to call JSON dot string file. Okay, so then we pass the race dot data. Okay, so this is what we have so far. And in case of an error, so we need to define we need to call another promise catch. So in case of an error, when we have an error, okay, so we need to log the error as well. So console dot error, then we will write error while fetching data. So then we concatenate it with the error. Okay, so this is what we have so far, and here we are getting the post from our controller. Here it is. If you can remember, we have defined this in the tutorial. So we are getting this find all posts, and then after finding this post, we are passing it to our get available post, and get available post will store it in the store. So we dispatch this, and in case of an error, we have this. Okay, so the next thing we want to do, we need to use this get post inside our post. Okay, now let's go to the PostBox. As you can see here, we just type the data manually and we are displaying it. Okay, so now we need to use our functions that we just defined to fetch the data from the database. Okay, so first we need to import the function that we just defined, get post. Okay, so we also need to import connect. This connect is a function from the React Redux. Okay, it allows our PostBox to talk to the store. Connect from React Redux. So this function allows us to have access to the store. So we also need to define two functions again. The first one is the map dispatch to props. So this allows us to access get post as prop inside our component, and we use the connect to pass the parameter of the map dispatch to prop so that it can have access to the store together with the PostBox. Okay, we also need a map state to props, which is equal to, we pass the parameter of state, we access the state here, and then we will return an object, return object of post state.post. We access the state here, you see, using the state.post. Okay, now we have map dispatch to props and map state to props. What we need to is to use the connect that we just defined to connect them with our PostBox, so that we can access port dispatch and the state as props. So now let's pass the map state to props is the first parameter in the connect, and then followed by map dispatch to props. So we also need to have this inside a curly bracket, inside a bracket, sorry. So let's save the changes. And first we need to have a component did mount, that is where we will access our get post that make a REST API call. Component did mount, we access it as prop this dot props dot get post. So as you are doing, save it. So we also need to change how this works, because we need to map over array of posts and display each post, and we need to define a function inside our render. And to define a function, we need a curly bracket, we define it inside here. So we use this dot props, you see, then access the post, that is, we are accessing the post that we have here. And remember one thing, important information that I just said, this function in your store earlier, if you have the root reducer inside a curly bracket, you may have inside a curly bracket like this, you may have problem mapping over the function. So we need to remove this and just leave the root reducer like this. Okay, save this and go back to our work inside the PostBox. Now we access these just props here, this dot props dot post, we access it as props. So now we have access to the state using the help of the connect. Okay, so let's go back to this and have the map. We map over the array. So we need a function post followed by curly bracket, and this will return. This is where we will have our logic here. First we need a div for each post, div with a class name post. Okay, so inside this we need to have, remember we define a post here which we will pass the user and the content as prop. So let's call the post like this here, we already imported it earlier. So inside this, if we map over each post, we need to get the content, we need to get the user. So let's start with the user, post dot user like this, and the content also equal to post dot content. You see we have this, and we need a key or unique identifier to identify the element for the post for each post. So this is where we pass a key, and the key will be, since that each post has a unique ID, that is a primary key in the DB. So we need the post.id as the unique identifier for the post element. So we save these changes and we go to the controller here. We allow access using the cross origin, that is, we allow our front end to access our backend. Okay, so we use origins equal to then we have the http/localhost 3000. okay, now we are allowing access of the localhost 3000 to our page. So now we save the changes. You see, we have saved this. Okay, now let's go back to the PostBox, check it. So save the changes. To save all the changes, you can save it using here. Okay, let's see if our data is displayed. Okay, we will now reload the data. Okay, you see we have Toby, hi Aliyu, are you there? Toby commented, hi Aliyu, are you there? Because we previously added Toby in the database. Okay, now let's use the postman to add another data, and you can also add another data in your workbench just manually. Okay, so but for me, I will use the postman. If it doesn't have postman, you will just go to the post and add the data as we did earlier in the previous tutorials that we passed. You go to the post and add the data, go to the comment and add the data as well. So I will use the, here we add post like this inside our postman. Okay, so here I will have Aliyu. Okay, here is my full name, Aliyu Sahabo Adam. The content, I will set that he posted also my hi my friend Toby. So, and I will change the ID to 2 and let's add the like to the 3, unlike to 4, and the comment as well, we will change the comment ID to 2. So, and let's set that Toby answered hi in the comment. So even though it does not display the comment now because we did not arrive a place we can have our comment components. Now we are on the post, it doesn't matter, but we added the comment. So let's have this. We are sending this to the add post. Okay, you see it safe. If you check the database and refresh the post, you can see we have hi my friend Toby posted by Aliyu Sahabo Adam. And then if we go to the comment as well, we will see yes, Aliyu Sahabo Adam, that is, we have hi Toby 3, the user is Toby. Okay, so now let's go to our refresh. You can see we have another hi my friend Toby, hi Aliyu, are you there? So the next thing we will do is to have a create comment component. We will start having implementation of the create comment, so that we will create the comment from here without having to add from the database. Okay, see you in the next lectures. Hi, welcome back to our tutorial creating social networking app full stack development. In the previous tutorial, we fetch data from database to our PostBox component, and In this video, you see we have Toby, which is the user and the content, and in this video we will add the post from this interface. We will create a component that we will use to add post from this interface without manually adding from the inside the database. So we need to add it from here then to our database. So in this video we will create a component that will do the work. So inside the component, let's create a new file, call it create post.js. so inside this we will use the React code snippet to generate a code for our class, and then name the class. Let's name it create post. Okay, we have this, and then we need to delete this state. So the next thing we will do is that we will add our initial state, this dot state equal to user. We need a user, the one who posts, and the content, what he posts. So we set this to empty. We use this dot state later to update the value, and then we also need a content. We also set it to empty. That is what we need, the user and the content, as you can see here, user then content. Okay, so what we do next is that we will go to the return and add some input that the user will use, input and text area that the user will use to add post or to create post. We need a div inside this. Okay, and we pass the class name to the div. The class name of this div is that post form. That is inside our CSS post form. Okay, we have the post form, and then let's create we need a header h2 create post. Okay, followed by an input. First we need to add inside a form element like this. Okay, so inside this form element, first we need a input for user, and then we will later create a text area for content. So for the input, let's add some properties here. First we define a type. The type is the text. Okay, and then we also need a placeholder. The placeholder we need is, we will just add your name to show the user that he will add his name here, and this we will set this to required, that it is required for a user to add this before submitting the form. Okay, we also add a text area that is for the content. We add this for the user and this for the content text area. Okay, so inside this we will also add some properties. We will define a row for it, and then we also need a placeholder. First let's add the placeholder. The placeholder will be write your post here. Okay, so we need a row, that is the row, and this row will set it to 4 is enough, and we can see later how the value. So we need a required here as well, like how we added this. So we also need the last element for that we will use for the submitting, that is input and so not this, we add some type to it. The type is submit, type submit, and then we add the value. The value is post. That is what we can see if we added this. So for this, let's save this. Let's save it and see how it look like. We will call the create post inside our PostBox to see if it will show in our interface. So here we will call the create post, okay, inside the PostBox, and let's add the create post. We have the create post here. So once we save this, then check out the component, it does not show up. Let's try to, we have the error here, so we did not add the import the component inside our create post. So let's import the import a component, import React, and what we need here is a component. So let's save this and check. Okay, you see we have a create post, your name, write post here. Okay, so let's continue to modify this and add some functionalities. Okay, so if we come back to this, then we will add the method, some method that will handle the submit, that is the changes here. Okay, first let's start with the form. For this we need a method that will handle submit. So let's first add on submit, then we will create the method later on submit. So inside this dot, then we call the method handle submit. That is the name of the method, handle submit. Okay, so we will add the functionality for this method, and then we also add for this on change. Whenever something change here, we also need to add the method to handle the changes. This dot handle change. Okay, this dot handle change, and we need to specify for the input because we will also add on change here. So for the input, let's add this dot handle user change. Okay, and for the content we will add this dot handle content change. Okay, so let's add the, just copy and have it here on change. This dot handle, we will change this to content change. We have this dot handle content change and this dot handle user change. Okay, when you check here, we need to add some break between these. So let's add a break here, break. Okay, so we will check this, and first let's add those method that we set. We will start with this dot handle user change. So we will write the method here. Okay, so let's have handle user change, the name of the method, and we will pass a parameter here. The name of the parameter is event, and then so inside this handle user change, let's add some const to get the value that change. Let's name it val equal to event dot target dot value. Okay, so we receive the value that is changed. This method will collect the value, and then we will update the state with this value, this dot set state. Okay, and let's define how the state will change here, and then so we update the user. Okay, the user will be val. Okay, let's just complete the name is better, value, and this will be value as well. Okay, so the next method is that handle content change. We have handle content change, so we also need to pass the parameter event like this. So let's just copy this and paste it here. We can modify, we will just change this to content. Okay, is okay like this. Here we are, whenever the value is changed, so we get the value here. Whenever the input, our text area field has changed, we will get the value that is changed and set it to the content that you see. So we need to handle the submit, so we have on submit here. Okay, so we go to the top, we need handle submit. Okay, so for handle submit, we will pass the parameter as well, event. So in this case, we will call a method event dot prevent default. Okay, so that will prevent a just default submit, and then we will update the value. So this dot, we will use this dot set state. So let me just copy what we have here. We already have the definition of the state here. Okay, so let's add it here. Okay, we have this dot set. So what we will set here, we will set this value to null after we submit it, so that the user will know that he submitted his post. Okay, let's add the content, so he will know that he submitted his post. And how this will happen, so let's go back to our, okay, for the input, we will call the value here. So inside this, we will call this dot state dot user immediately after submit. So we will call this, so that we have empty, we are calling just empty here, so that the text will not stay here. Normally when we submit, the text will stay. So when we add this dot state here, we already added this value to empty after submit, so it will just call an empty, so nothing will show in the input for the user. And as well, let me copy the value here in the next, so for the content as well. Okay, so this is, let's save these changes. So this is what we have so far. Okay, so the next thing, we will call this method that we just defined inside the constructor. So, and bind this dot handle user change equal to, we'll bind it to this constructor, this dot handle user change. We will call dot bind to this constructor. So we will do this for the remaining method, this dot handle content change equal to this dot handle content change dot bind this. Okay, so remaining this dot handle submit equal to this dot handle submit dot bind. So we also bind this like this. So that is what we have. And then here we are collecting the data. So the next, what we will do is that we will pass the data that we collect into the database. So let's check here. You see we have create post, your name, write your post. So let me change this. We have in the placeholder, instead of your, I just write your. So let's go, write your name. Let me rewrite this, your. Okay, so here it is, your name. So let's check again. We have this. Now when we added the value like this, and let's set it Aliyu Sahabu, let me just add hi to cut it short. So you see we have it remove immediately. When we submit, then we have it remove immediately. So let me show you example here. Once I remove this for the text area, let me just remove for the text area. Okay, so Aliyu, and let's say Sahabu, and then add hi. You can see this will remain. Okay, that is a benefit of adding this. And you can see we are not seeing our post here when we add submit, because we did not add the functionality to add the post within the list of our posts that we have. So in the next video, we will add the functionality for our post, so that we can save the, once we receive the post, inside the handle to submit here that we have, we will add some functionality to send it to the database. So see you in the next video. Hi, welcome back to our tutorial social networking app with React and Spring Boot. In the previous video, we create the create post component, and in this video we will use the create post component to add a post to make it available to our Redux state and as well as the database. And if you can remember, we have the post mapping at post, which we will use to save the data to the database. We are using this to save the post inside the database. Okay, now we will create a new function inside the API. Previously we have the get post, which we are using to get posts. It work with the get mapping, which is get all posts, and now we will add another function that will work with the add post that we have to save data in the database and as well make it available to the list of posts that we have here. Okay, now let's go to the API and then add another function. So the name of the function will be create post. Okay, and then it will receive a parameter which is a request data, the object of post that consists of the user and the content. So let's name this a request data. We will pass it when we call the function request data, and then remember it is a post mapping. We will return the Axios dot post. So Axios dot post, and then we will pass the base URL and then concatenate it with the add post that we have, since that we are trying to work with this function that we have in the backend. Okay, so let's add this, and we add comma. It will receive two parameters with the request data that we have. First the URL, then the request data. Okay, so request data, here it is. So let's add semicolon and save this. So the next thing we will do is that, you remember we have the action types. Inside the action types we create the get type, which work with our action, and we call it inside the reducer to identify the action. So now we will have another which is create. Okay, and then this create will have similar, but in the end we will just change this to create. Okay, so now that we have this, we will create a action inside the action file for it. Let's go to the action.js. You see we have this for the get post. We also have the get available post. Now we will create two functions for the create. The first function is add post. Let's add it. The first function is add post, and this will receive a post, and it will return a type and the payload. So inside this, first we receive a type. Remember we added a create type inside our action types, so let's use it here. Action types dot post type dot create. Okay, followed by comma. Here we will add the payload. The payload is the post. Okay, this is what it will return. Now we created the add post, and then we will create another function that will dispatch these add posts that we just have. Okay, so let's have the export function, and let's name it add post action, so that it will be different from the previous one that we have. and this will too receive a post as parameter, and then let's call the API first before let's have dispatch okay, then followed by we will call the API. We have the method create post, and this will receive a parameter of post, which is our request data. Okay, we will use this to save it inside the database. We have this post mapping. Okay, so let's go back. Immediately after the saving it to database, we have a promise which will dispatch this to our Redux store. So let's say new post, let's name it new post, and then so inside this we will call the dispatch and call the function that we just create, add post. So inside this we will use the new post dot data. So we are passing it to our Redux store. Okay, the first thing we did here, we save it to the database. Immediately after saving it to the database by calling the function add post, then we use the promise to dispatch the action to our Redux store so that it will be available in the Redux store. Okay, so these are the two functions that we have. Let's save this, and then the next thing we will do is to go to our reducer and add how it will perform operation, our add post. So let's go to the reducer.js. remember that now we have a new case, so which is action type post type dot create. So let's add the new case here. Remember, you cannot write another case inside this, so you need to go down and write another case. So let's have the case followed by action types dot post type, in this case create. Okay, so let's add how it will operate here. So first we need a return type like this. Inside this we need a copy as we did earlier, state, and then post. So now we are inside the array. So within this array we need all the data that we have in the array using the split operator, state dot post. Okay, now we get it using the state dot post, and then when we get it we need to add another post. This represents a list of the posts that we have in the array, and then adding another one we will call the action dot payload. So whenever our action add post is triggered, then it will call this case. It will work with this case. Here we have the split operator of our state, whole state, and then inside it we are using the post. So the post is an array of posts. So inside the array of posts we have the copy of all our posts, and then here we have added a new post. So all that we do now, we doesn't go to the create post. It's now that we will go to the create post and add some functions. We have, like in the action.js we have this function, so we need to pass the data to this add post action. So let's go to the create post and then import the method add post action. import add post action. Here it is. So from the Redux action, and then remember we have the handle submit. So before setting this to an empty as we did, we will write the logic here. So what will be, as we did earlier, we will use it as prop like we did inside the PostBox. So let's call it as prop this dot props dot, then we will call the add post action. Okay, inside the add post action we will pass the object this dot state. So if we add the content or user, now we are saying that we are passing only the content, and if we add the user is the same as we are passing only the user. So here we need to pass the whole object, which consists of both the user and the content. So remember we need a map dispatch to props, but before then we need to import the connect from the React Redux. Import connect. So if you mistake this for a capital letter, then you will mess your code. Okay, this is how it is. Save it. Let's go to here and add the map dispatch to props as we did for the PostBox. Const map dispatch to props equal to, here we will add the add post action, so it will access as prop here. Okay, so now let's connect it with the create post that we have here. So in the create post we will call the connect, then pass the two parameter, which is map state to prop and map dispatch to prop. In this case we doesn't have the map state to props, only map dispatch to prop, because we are not accessing data here, we are only dispatching. Okay, null value to the parameter for the map state to props, and then pass the map dispatch to props. Okay, so we will add this inside the bracket, so it's better now. Let's save the changes. To save the whole changes that we made, you will go open the edit editor and then use the save all. Okay, so now let's test it. Go to the create post, and here we add a name. So let's add Yasir Yusuf, and then followed by the post that he will have. So for this post, let's add the talk. Let's add the some text. Talk is cheap. Show me the code by Linux Torvald. Okay, talk is cheap, show me the code. So let's pause this. Okay, so we are having it, you see it added Yasir Yusuf, talk is cheap, show me the code. Okay, so let's add another post again. So let's say Muhammad Hassan to, let's just add the how are you doing group? Group. How are you doing group? So let's add this again. You see we have this added. Okay, so the first thing, the second one is faster than the first one, because I think this is the first one, the first time we are sending it or testing it. So that we have this implementation working. The next tutorial will focus on how we can add the reaction for the like, dislike, and the comment. Come back to our social networking app with React plus Spring Boot tutorial. In the previous video we added the create post component, and in this video we will have a first step to adding like, onLike, and comment to each post that we have. So the first step, we need to have a reaction component. Create a reaction component, new file, reaction.js. So we will use the React code snippet to generate a class. Let's name it reactions, and then we need to import a component. You see we have it here. So in the PostBox we already have, we just need to copy this. Okay, if we copy it, then let's go to the reactions. Okay, so now first we need to have the icons, which we will be used as the like, onLike, and comment. So we will use the representation. First we need a span. The representation of the like, we have an sign, the and sign, then hash, then followed by a number 128077, then semicolon. This is the representation of the like. So let's copy this and duplicate it for the onLike. While for the onLike we just need to change the to 8. So 1280 then 78. So what we need is we need to add all this inside a div. That is why we are having the error. Let name have this inside the div, and the class name for this div is, let name it post icons. This work with our CSS that we previously added in the tutorial that we have already passed. So if you doesn't have this, you need to check the playlist and follow the tutorial step by step. So we have this for the like 128077, and we have this for the onLike 128078. So let's add for the comment. Okay, for the comment we have 1281 then 72, 1281 72. This is for the comment. This represent like, onLike, and comment. So what we will do next is that we need to add a number for like, number for onLike, and number for comment. So we need to add a span to represent this as well. Okay, so let's add a span. Okay, so for this is different, we need to add the props that represent this, which is a like, this dot, then props, which we will use it later in another class, PostBox, then like. So we will add this later, and then we also need the same thing for this onLike. these dot props, and this will represent onLike. So we also need the same thing here for the comment, these dot props comment, and that is all. So here we will add the class, which is a class name, and for this I will have like count, that is for the like, and then let duplicate this inside the onLike. So for the onLike we have this like, for this inside the CSS, this like count, and then for the comment let duplicate this. Okay, it will be comment count. Okay, so let's save this. So we need to call this inside our PostBox and see how it look like. So we will pass a props like, onLike, and comment. So this is all we need here for now, and later we will come back here for some additional functions which will map to each of these span that we have for the icons. So inside the PostBox we will call this, let's call this inside the return type, let's call reactions. So remember we have the props. Okay, for the like let's add 0 for the like, onLike 0, and comment 0. We will just change this onLike 0 and then comment equal to 0 as well. So this will display to each post that we have. So we will just change this later, but we are using this to check how it look like. So let's go to, so you see we have this added to each post. Okay, 0 0 0, all this. Okay, so this is what we have with the reactions component, and later we will create a post reaction where we will use the reaction in the right way. I will just show you how we did this. So see you in the next video. Hi, welcome back to our social networking app tutorial with Spring Boot and React. In the previous video we added these icons and then the counter for each icon, that is like, onLike, and comment. So here is the component that we have, reaction. So in this video we will add a REST API for the like and onLike, which is a first step to making this works. So let's go to the controller inside the STS. So first we need a output mapping, which we will use this to update the like. We will find the post by ID and then update the like. So let's have the name of the path as likes, then we will pass the ID. It will come with the ID as well as the like. So let's add this. Okay, so let's add the method public let's have of type response entity, and we have post here, and let's name this update like. This is for the like update like. So we will use add path variable to get the ID and the like. So let's add path variable of long, because we are having long here because this ID is of type long, and then name it ID like this. So we also need a path variable for the like, which we will use to update the like count. Add path variable, it is integer, then we have it like. Okay, so this is what we have so far. We are having this because it doesn't add the return type, so don't bother about this, we will add it later. So let's add this post, and we will use the repository, post repository. You see we have it here to find the post by ID and then update it like. So we have post repository dot find by ID. We have this, so let's pass the ID, and then, or else if we doesn't find it, we will throw an exception, or else throw exception. So let's break this from the or else. So here we will pass, it is a supplier, we will pass a lambda and then the exception. Okay, so new, we will use the new fetch. We have new fetch not found exception, new fetch not found exception, and as you can see we'll pass entity name, string entity name, and object identifier. The entity name is post and the object identifier is the ID, so it's a string. We will pass the post. Okay, and then here we need the ID. So let's close this like this. You see we have, it is better like this. Okay, so once we find it by ID, if we find the post, what we will do next, then we will update the like post dot set like. So we'll pass the like here, and then what it will return. So we need a post, it will return the updated. First we need to save it, post, let's name this post updated equal to post repository dot save what, that is post. Now we update it and we need to save it. We update the value, and what it will return is just, let's return a response entity dot okay, and we'll pass the body, which is post updated, the updated post. Okay, post updated. So this is what we have for the like. Now we will add for the unlike. We'll use this to update the like. We are using update not post because we already have the value 0 to each like before, so we use this to update it. Okay, so the next thing we need is for the unlike. So let me copy this and have this like this. For the unlike, we will change this to unlikes and then the ID, and then this will be onLike as well. So this is the changes that we will do. Then we need a public of type response entity. So response entity as well, this is post again, and this name will be update onLike, update onLike, and then so the same thing with this, we need a path variable of type long id, and then we also need a path variable of type int, and then onLike. So we already have the logic for finding the post by ID, so we just need to copy this. Okay, so let's copy this. This is better, and then we will use the post and set a new onLike. Here it is. Then we pass the onLike, and at the same time we need to use this. We already have it here. So all of these, because the definition is similar. So post updated, we are saving the post. Okay, let me recap. Okay, for this we have to update the like, where we will pass the likes with the URL, this path like with the ID and the like. We use a path variable to get the ID and as well get the like. So we use the ID to find the post by its ID, and then here we use set like to set the new updated like that we have. Then we also use the post updated to save the new post that we have, and as well we return this as response entity, okay, with the object post updated as a body. Okay, we also have the put mapping for onLike, which we have the ID as well the onLike. The same thing, we get it by the ID, we get the post by the ID, and if we have an error we throw fetch not found exception. So we set onLike here, we have it, and then post updated also, then return it as the body of the response entity. So this is what we have so far. In the next video we will see how we will use our API in the front end and update the Redux, have some Redux type and actions. So let's do this together. Hi, welcome back to our social networking app with React and Spring Boot tutorial. In the previous video we create a REST API for like and onLike, and in this video we will have a front-end implementation for the like, where we will make a REST API call using Axios and update the state in our Redux store. So here in the API inside the VS Code we will create a new function update likes. Let's name the function update likes, and it will receive a 2-parameter ID and like. So we will use id to find the post by its id and then update it like using the like parameter that we have, and this will return Axios dot put. We will use put because it is update, and then the initial value for the like and unlike is 0, so we use put to update the value. Okay, we will use the social API based URL, then we'll add the URL. Here is the format. We have first like followed by the ID and the like. So let's go back to the social. We concatenate it with the like phase, and then we add concatenate again with the, we'll have the ID. So we'll have the ID here plus ID, and then plus we need a slash again followed by like. So this is the format of the URL that we have here. Okay, so let's go back to this function. We finish with this, so we need to create a action in our Redux folder. So before creating the action in the Redux folder, we need to go to the action types. Inside the action types, we will add another action which is like. That is the one we will use for to update the like in the store, like. So we will change this create to like as well, like. Okay, so let's save this, and then we will go to the action.js. Here we will create the action. So, and the name of this action is like action. Export function like action. So this will return a payload. First we need a type, return type. So action types, remember we just add another type to our post type, post type like. Here it is, then comma. We also need the payload. The payload here will be post ID. We will find it by the ID. So post ID, we will also need the like here. So let's add the post ID as the payload. Okay, so that is not all that we need to do. So we need to call the function that we just create, API. Once we call the like action, after updating the one that we have in the store, we will also update the data in the database. API dot, we need to call update like. So we will pass the post ID comma like to this. So then if we have an error updating this, we will catch error. So inside this we will have console dot error. So error updating like, we will add error updating like. So then we will have the concatenate it with the arrow. So that is enough for the like action that we have so far. So let's add a semicolon here. Okay, so we finish with the like action. The next thing, we will save it and then go to the reducer. Okay, so before going to the reducer, once we pass the like, we will update the like here. So we will add +1 here whenever we have this. Okay, so let's go back to the reducer. Here is the reducer file, and then we need to have a case for the like. So we start with the case, not case action type dot post type dot, then we have like, and this will return. First we need the split operator for the state, the copy of our state. Okay, then followed by the post. In this case we will find a post that have the particular ID and then update the post. So we use the map here, state.map. So we need to access the post face, state.post.map. Then we have this variable, and then okay, if post.id is not equal to action.payload, that is not the one that we are looking for, so we just have to return post. Okay, so we don't need to touch it, we just return it. Okay, so in case of if we find the one that we have a ID, so we need to update it like so. In this case, if we find it, then we will return. First we need to have the split operator for the post, and then the like, we will have post dot like +1. Here we are updating for the state, and inside here we are updating for the database. Okay, so that it will save to the database. Okay, let me recap. We are here map over the post that we have. So when we map over the post, then we check for the post that is equal to the ID of the action that we just defined. If the post ID is not equal to the action that we have, then the ID of the action, then we will just return the post without having to add some value. Okay, so in case of if we have an ID that we are looking for here, it will add the one that we have, that is when the like is click. Okay, so this is for the like, and in the next video we will have the operation for the onLike. Hi, welcome back to our social networking app tutorial with React and Spring Boot. In the previous tutorial we have a front-end implementation for the like, and in this tutorial video we will make a front-end implementation for the onLike. So it is similar. When we go to the API phase, we will make a REST API call. So we just need to duplicate this and change update onLike. Here will be onLike. So, and then we will also change this to onLike. Both of these we will find the post by ID when a user click for the onLike. So here we will change this to match this URL. So let me have this and then paste it here. Okay, so and then we also will change this to onLike. Okay, so this is all we need for the update onLike function in our API file. Okay, so let's save this and we will go to the action. First, before going to the action, we need to go to the action types and add the type for the onLike. So onLike, we change the name to onLike. The same thing here, we change the name to onLike. So we need to access this. Okay, let's go to the action.js, and we will have to just modify this. Okay, we just need to duplicate this function and have some modification. In this case, it will be onLike action, and the post ID here will be onLike. We are passing onLike. Okay, so we will access the onLike from the post type. Okay, we have onLike here. So let's save the changes, and in this we will have error updating onLike. If in case we have error updating onLike, here we are calling the update like making a REST API call. So we use this to update our state with the like, and here we use this API to make a REST API call and update the number of like in the database. So let's go to this. We will update it with 1. So let's go to the reducer file and have the update for the store for our state. Okay, so here in the reducer we will have a action type for the, let's have a case post type action type first dot post type dot onLike. Okay, then here we will return. So first we need to have the copy for the state, which is the state operator, and then the split operator, and then we need have the value for the post. So to have this, we will map over the post that we have and check the one that is the post ID is equal to the ID. Okay, so when we get this, we will update the value. When we doesn't get it, we will just return the without updating it. So let's check state.post.map, and then we need a post. Okay, first we check if post.id is not equal to action.payload. Our payload is the ID, if you remember. If it is not equal to action.payload, then we just return the post without touching it. Okay, so in case of if we have the one that match, then here we will return first the copy of the post. We need a copy of the post, and then onLike, we will update the onLike. So post.onLike plus 1. Okay, here we update the value in the state, and for this one we are updating the value in the db. Okay, so we finish with this. The next thing we will do is have the function for click, which is creating post reaction component that will handle the click and then displaying the value as it is updating. So let's do this next. Hi, welcome back to our social networking app tutorial with React and Spring Boot. In the previous tutorial we added the like implementation and onLike for the front end, and in this tutorial we will add the function click and also display the update. If you can see here, we just have the icon. Even if you click, no update will be displayed. Okay, so we will add this together. So the first step to doing this, we will go to the reaction and add the function. Okay, so inside the reaction.js, we will provide the function that when you click, something will happen to this icon for the like and also onLike. And remember, in the action.js we already have these functions, we just need to use them. We have onLike action and like action. Okay, so go back to the reaction. So we will provide this function as prop so that we will add them. We will later create a post reaction component. Okay, for this let's add the onClick. We have onClick. When this icon is clicked, what will happen? Okay, so we will provide this as prop, as I said, this dot props, which we will have them on like. Okay, we will have to provide this on like in another class. Okay, this is the post reaction class that we will going to create. So let's add this to the function to the icon for the onLike. Okay, so and this will be on onLike. Let's make it like this, on onLike. So let's create another class that will provide this prop for the reaction class. Okay, so we will have new file and the name of the file will be post reaction.js. okay, inside this we will provide these functions that we create, like and onLike, to the prop for our reaction. Okay, so inside the post reaction now, let's use the React code snippet to generate a class and name this post reaction. Okay, so we don't need the state here, and let's have a div. Okay, where we will have this. So inside the PostBox, if you remember, we call the reaction and pass 0 as the like, onLike, and the comment. So in this case we will have to use what we have in the state. So we need to copy this. We will provide the post reaction here, but we will use the reaction that we have like this inside the post reaction and provide the prop to the reaction. So first we need to import the reaction so that we don't have any error. Reaction, and we will also import the component for the React that our post reaction extent. Import component from React. Okay, so the first step, we have the prop on like, which we will provide this prop, and we have the prop for the reaction. Inside the reaction, you can see on like and on like. So let's go back to the post reaction. We have on like. We will also provide the prop for this. Okay, so now how will we access the like and the unlike in the state? So we will access them as prop from the PostBox. So let's have this. We need a like and unlike, as well as the counter for the comment. Okay, so we will access them as prop from our PostBox. So this dot props. Okay, so let's pass those value to like face, then unlike, and then we will also have comment. So now what's remaining is that we will provide those function that when it is click, that for unlike and unlike. So how we will do this is that we will first import our function that we have, import like action. If you remember those functions in our action, we also import unlike action. So we access this action as well as prop using the map dispatch to props. Okay, let's save the changes. Okay, const map dispatch to props equal to, so we will provide this function here. First we have like action comma unlike action. So remember, we will also have to import the connect, that is the glue that will connect our component to our store so that we have access to the store. So let's import the connect from React Redux. Connect, here it is. So let's use the connect to have this. So connect, we will pass the null for the map state to prop, because we doesn't have map state to prop. We will not access data here using map state to prop. We only have map dispatch to props, which dispatch the like action and unlike. Okay, and we will pass this inside the bracket. Let's copy it and have it here. Okay, so now it's better. So let's save the changes here. Okay, so the next thing we will do is to add these functions. We will access them as prop. So let's access those functions. So we will access them this dot props dot like action. So remember, these have a parameter of the post ID and a like. So how will you provide this? We have the like, but we doesn't have the post ID. So let's have the post ID as well, because we will provide them as prop for this post reaction in the PostBox. So we have this. Let's add the post ID. Okay, and then we will have the like. That is for the like action, and for the unlike, let's have this dot props dot unlike action. We will provide the post ID, which we will find the post and update the unlike. So we have this now in beta. Okay, so what we will do next is that we will pass the comment, the unlike, the like, and the post ID to this post reaction class as PostBox, as inside the PostBox. Okay, so let's go to the PostBox and then call the post reaction here, and then pass those values. First we have like. Let's start with the post ID equal to post for the particular post that it is click post dot ID, and we also need a like, which is equal to post dot like. We access each for each post. We also have unlike, which is equal to post dot unlike. So we also have comment. Okay, for the comment, there is possibility it will return a null value for those that doesn't have a comment, so we have to handle this. Okay, comment equal to, we will use ternary operator to handle this. Post dot comment. So if post dot comment is equal to null, if it equal to null, so we will have, if it is not equal to null, then we will return the post dot comment dot length. So it is array of comments, so we need to know the actual value. The actual numbers or the actual count, we will use the comment dot length, so that we know how many comments that we have. And then if it is null, then we return 0. So it is better like this. Okay, so let's save these changes. Okay, so let's go to the post reaction. You see we have passed all these post ID, like, unlike, and comment inside the PostBox. So let's have a key for this to identify each element, to give this element for each iteration. It will have the ID. The unique ID will be the post ID, because each post ID is unique. So post dot ID. Okay, so we have this. Now let's save the changes. Okay, after saving these changes, what we will do next is just to test. Okay, to test this, first let's save all this, and then we will go to the database and return this to 0, so that we start from the face. These are the values that we previously added. Okay, so let's turn all these values to 0 and apply the changes. Okay, so now that we have turned these values to 0, and remember we already have comment for some of the posts, that is we have 2 comments for different posts. Okay, now let's go back to this refresh. Okay, you see it is affecting when we refresh. You see we have it all refresh, and we have the comment that we have comment for this Toby, and it shows the number of comment. We have comment for this post Aliyu, and it shows the number for this comment. So now let's test this. So to test this, let's click Redux Dev Tool and see how it is working. Okay, now we open this. So let's go try and click. So for the like, let me click like. We have 2 like. Okay, so let's check the database to see if our like is updating. And first let's check the Redux Dev Tool. You see we have click for this. Okay, like we click it like 3 times. So let's check the database if it affect for the post. Let's open this and then refresh. Okay, you see we have 3 like for this post. So let's add for another post to see if we have the same thing. Let's add like 2 like or 4, then go to the database and refresh. So both the Redux and the Redux state and the database is updating. So let's try for the post on like. Okay, we add like 5, or let's add 5. Okay, so then let's go and check the database, refresh. Okay, so for the post on like, it is not updating. So I think the problem is from the accessing API. Okay, so we have this problem. Let's check it inside the action. So this is where we have this problem. We are accessing update like for the like action, and as well we are accessing update like for the onLike action, which we supposed to access update on likes. Okay, so let's save these changes. Okay, when we save these changes, let's try to click for the okay, we add 4 like. Let's go to the database and check, refresh. So you see we have on like. Okay, let's add for another post to make sure for this. Hi, my friend Toby. Okay, so where it is, hi my friend Toby. Okay, here is the post. Let's add like 2 on like. So and then go to the database, refresh the database. We have to. So now it is working as expected, and it also counts the number of comments that we have. So what we'll do the next that we will have the implementation for the comment click. So that when we click this, now when we click, nothing will happen. So when we click the next, it will take us to another page, and this will be achieved by having the React Router DOM. Okay, so let's see you in the next lecture. Hi, welcome back to our social networking app tutorial. In the previous tutorial, we complete the implementation of the like and unlike. When we click, it works and save our data to database, and we had our data also to the Redux store. So in this tutorial, we want that if we click on the comment, it takes us to another page. And when it takes us to another page, we will have a post, which is this post, a particular post that we click on the comment, and the comment that are below the post. So the first step to doing this is, what we will do first is we need to add the function that if we click, it takes us to another page. And to achieve these pages, different pages, we will have to use the React Router. Okay, so the React Router, we need to install the React Router in our VS Code to use it. We use it to navigate around posts, and also we access the ID of the post in the URL, and you will see this later. So now let's create a new terminal. So here it is. Here we are not already in the directory of our social app. So let's go to the social app using the cd command. Social app. Okay, so here it takes us, then we need to install using the npm install React Router DOM. So we are installing the React Router DOM. npm install React Router DOM. Okay, so let's click enter. So it will take a time, and then it will start the installation. Okay, now we successfully install React Router DOM, and here it is. Now let's go back to our development terminal. To check for the React Router DOM, you will go to the package.json. Inside the package.json, you see we have React Router DOM. Here it is. Okay, now we will continue with the development. The first step is that we will wrap this component, or we will wrap this element around the router, so that we can assign each component to a path. So we use the React Router here to assign the PostBox to its path. Each component that we have, if you want to give it a particular URL, where when you try to access the URL, you will get the component rendered on the URL. Okay, so first thing, we need to import what we will use for this, which is router route, and the let's do this here. Import and browser router from as router. Then we need this router, which we will wrap all the element that we have here around the router, and we also need the route. We need a route, which we will have all our route inside or within this route. Okay, so the last thing we need is the route. Okay, the difference between this route and this, the route that we have this with s consists all the route that we will have. Okay, we will define all this route inside this one. Okay, let's set from React Router DOM. Okay, so now let's use this. First we need the router. Here it is. Sorry, let's have it within the element router, and then inside this router, let's copy all the code that we have inside our return for the app. Okay, so we have this, and now we will change this implementation. Now it will not longer look like this, so we need to define a road where we will have all our road inside. The difference between this road, I repeat, is that let's have it like this. We define the road, all the road that we have inside this road. Okay, it means this is it means plural, that is a lot of road, and the road means the singular, that is we have each road within. So let's have the road, and inside this we will define a path. We will give a path to a particular component. So let's have this. We define this path like this, equal to, then we have this path. Okay, I will give this path to our PostBox, which is already, it is on this path. Okay, I will give it to the PostBox, and how will I will give it is that I will call the element, then equal to, so inside this we will have the PostBox. So let me have the PostBox here. Okay, so this is how we assign this to our PostBox component to this URL. So let's save the changes, and remember this URL means that the same as URL that you see here. Okay, just adding slash does not make it different from not having it. So let's add the slash and refresh, so you will see it remain on this. Okay, so that means it works as we expected. Okay, now the next thing we will do is that we will assign another road to a component. How we do this, just we need to let's duplicate this without. Okay, for this one here we need a post, that is, and we need we will pass the ID inside this URL so that we can access the ID and find the post comment. Okay, so that's why we need the ID here. So, and the component that we will render here is, we will define a component single post. So, but we are not using the single post. Now we will continue with the implementation for our React Router, which we will use to have our single post ready later. Okay, now inside the component, let's define a new file, call it single post to JS. Okay, and let's use the React code snippet to generate. Okay, inside the single post we doesn't need this for now, so let's have something to show that we are in the component single post div, and h1, let's have h1 and set single post component. Okay, remember we need to give this name a class, and it is single post. Okay, so now let's duplicate this here. We need to export the class as well, and we need to import a component because we extend component here. Let's import component from React. Okay, it's okay now. So now I have said that we need that if we click this, it takes us to the component single post, and we define the single post here. So let's go to the React app.js. Okay, here is the app.js. Now we will change this to single post, but we need to import the single post. Let's import the single post. Okay, from component single post. So let's have it here instead of a PostBox single post. Okay, so now we finish with the app.js. That not all what we need to have to go to the single post from here. This is not all what we need. The next thing we will do, let's save this and then create a class with router. It is a parent class that enable our component to redirect to the other URL. So, and we will use navigate and use params, which the use navigate is a hook which allows us to navigate around posts, and the use param allow us to access the URL parameter or the URL value. So now let's create a new file. So the name of the file is with router. Okay, with router.js. So click enter, and then first what we need to do is that we will import the use navigate, which allow us to navigate around posts from the React Router DOM, and use param, which allow us to access the URL parameter. So let's do this. Import use navigate from React Router DOM. It import the what we use params. Okay, now we imported the use param. So now we will define our with router. We will start with the export. Okay, const with router equal to, because we will have a child component, now we need to add this is a parent and the child will use this, so we need to pass the component here, and then so the first thing we also need the const wrapper equal to props, then so here we will call the use navigate. We will initialize the use navigate. Let's name this navigate equal to use navigate. So, and we also need our use params as well. I already explained the uses. This allow us to, the use navigate allow us to navigate around posts, and the use param allow us to access the URL. So let me just change this name to params like this. We have navigate and we have params, and then what we will return, we will return the component. So let's have the component here. So inside this component we will pass we have defined navigate here, so let have navigate equal to navigate, and we also have the params equal to params that we have these params. Okay, so the next thing we need a spread operator for the props. Okay, so let's pass this. So the spread operator, it allow us to pass other props, okay, to the component. So let's have these props. Okay, so now we will return the wrapper. So let's return the wrapper, return wrapper. So, and that is all. We finish with the router. Okay, the next thing we will use our router. Remember we said that we want this if click, it takes us to another component, and we finished defining the router, so we will use it. So where we actually have this icon, if you remember, we have this inside the reaction, and here is the icon for our comment. So we will pass the function as prop. As we pass all this, now we need to copy the onClick, so that when it is clicked, something will happen, and what will happen is we will use this function that we will define, so and pass it as prop to this onClick. So we will have what will happen later inside the function, so that when it click, it will navigate to the single post component in the app.js. Here inside the app.js, here it is. You see we have this implementation, and we have the single post on this part, and now we are trying to define this part. Okay, so let's go back to the reaction.js. you see, so now we will use this on comment inside the post reaction. Let's go to the post reaction. Let's have it here for our comment. You see we have for like and unlike. So let's have this here. Now what remaining is that we will define the function, so to pass here. So first let's go to the top of the class, and then have the name of the function. The name of the function will be open post, and it will receive an ID. So this ID will be passed later, and you will see how we will pass it. So we need to have this dot props dot navigate. You will ask how we get this navigate. So we get this navigate inside, we are accessing it as prop in the router. We will use the router later, we will bind it to this class. Okay, so now let's use the backtick operator followed by post. So now how we will pass this ID to the URL, we will use the $sign, okay, then followed by the ID. So that is all for this, and we need to bind this to the constructor. So this dot props dot this dot open post equal to this dot open post, then bind this. Okay, we are binding this method here. So let's pass the method that we just defined. So for this we need to have this dot open post. So where we will get the ID for the particular post, you see we are passing the post ID here, and here where we will use it. So post ID. Okay, so we are passing the post ID for each post that it click. This post ID, we will use the post ID inside the open post, and we will navigate to the URL with this ID. So let's save the changes first. Okay, so as you can see, we need to use the with router here. So let's have our with router, because we are accessing the navigate as prop. This is a child component for our with router. So with router, let's copy it inside the curly bracket like this, and then we will have all these as well inside the curly, inside the bracket. Okay, so let's save the changes. Okay, now that it is saved, we have import with router. You see it is imported automatically. So let's check the with router. You see we have the navigate that we access as prop, so we have to save all the changes that we made. Okay, you see we are having this error. Let's check what it is. Okay, it is from the use param. You see we have use param here, and we also have imported it here. We delete one of them. So let's go to the with router, and then I will choose to remove this. Okay, then save the changes. You see now we have no issue. Okay, so now let's test the implementation to see if everything works for us. First, refresh it from here before trying to. Okay, by clicking this, you see it takes us to the social app single post component. Here we write the single post component. You see the ID 1. That is because the first post is of ID 1, and when we access the second, you see we have ID 3 because the second post in the DB have the ID 3. So wherever we access, it will take us and have, you see ID 5, that is the, it have ID 5. So in the next tutorial we will start the implementation of the single post. So let's meet in the next video. Welcome back to our social networking app tutorial with React and Spring Boot. In the previous tutorial we used React Router to navigate around posts, and we have the post ID. Each post we click, we have its ID in the URL. And in this tutorial we will start implementation of the single post component, so that we can access this ID to provide the post detail here, including the reaction and then the post as well as the comment. Okay, so let's start this implementation phase. We will create a controller method that will get the post by its ID and return the post. So here we will create a controller method, get mapping. We will find it by the ID. So public response entity, and let name them as by get post by ID. Get post by ID. Okay, we will use a path variable to have access to the ID. So at path variable, and the type of the ID is long, so we will use the long. Okay, so we already have this code that will find the PostBox ID inside our update like method. So let's just copy this, and then we return the post. We return the response dot okay. We pass our post to this parameter. Okay, so this is the method, our controller method, to find the PostBox ID. Okay, now we will go to the API.js and create a method that will call this. So let's go to the API.js. So, and we'll still name this get PostBox ID, and it will have the ID as argument. Then we will pass data in our single post component. So this will return Axios dot get, because it is a get method, followed by our social API base URL plus we concatenate it with the post, that is this part. First we have post. Okay, so then plus we have slash, then plus ID. Okay, so we will use this to call the method, and it find the post in the database, and then it return the post. So when it return the post, we will use a post inside our single post component. So now let's go to the single post component. The first thing we will do in the single post component is that we will define a state, and we will later update the state using set state. Okay, this dot state equal to, so we will start with the ID. How we will find the ID? We already define the with router, so we will use the with router as a parent to this component, and this a child to our with router component. So we use this dot props dot params, then dot ID. So this is how we will access the ID in the URL, and remember we will provide the with router to this with router. Okay, so let's have the single post inside the bracket as well. So, and let's continue to provide the other variable here inside this set, and we will set it to empty, and later we will update it using set state. So we have a user, because we display the user, we need a comma here. Okay, so we also need a content, that is what the user posts, set it to empty. We also need a like and unlike. Like to 0 and onLike as well to 0. Okay, now that we finish having this, we will call our method inside the component mount so that it called the post by its ID. It will return the post. Now let's have the component mount, and inside this we will make a REST API call. Okay, so now let's call our API. We will import the API here. API. Okay, so now that we call the API, we will access the API here inside the component mount API.get post by ID. We already have the ID which we will access in the URL here. Then let's use this .set.id. okay, so that now we will use the, when it return the ID, we will use the promise and use the, when it return the post using its ID, we will use the promise to use the post that it return. So REST, and then let's show the data that is returned on this variable post equal to res.data. okay, now we will use this post variable to access the user content like and onLike before adding this dot set state. okay, then we copy this and update it with the post that it return. okay, we need a post, then access the user. Here we will delete this. We need the post and access the content. You also need the like post dot like as well here, post dot onLike. okay, so the next thing we will do is to call the reaction. We will have the reaction instead of this component. We need a reaction. We already defined the reaction. We will just pass prop to the reaction. okay, so let's give this a class name, post, and then reaction. We have a reactions. So let's import the reaction here before we use it. Import reactions from here it is. okay, so we will pass the data to this reaction, the like, onLike, and comment. So let's start with the like equal to this dot state dot like as onLike equal to also this dot state dot onLike. So we also need a comment for the comment, we doesn't have the implementation of the comment, so we will just pass 0 to this. Later we will have the implementation for the comment, so we will pass the number of comment here. Okay, so what remaining is we need a post. Here we have the reaction, so we need a post as well. So for the post, okay, so we need to import the post as well. Import post from here it is. Okay, so let's pass the props to the post. We have a user which is equal to this dot state dot user, and then we have a content equal to this dot state dot content. Because we are updating our state that we have here based on the values that we find from the database. So whenever we click on a particular post, it will find the value in the database and update our state here. After updating the state, then we will display the data here because we already passed them as prop. So now let's test our implementation to see if it works. So here you see it already in this part, so it displayed the data for Toby. So let's go back first. Let's try to access for the Aliyu here. So you see we have the data for Aliyu. The like is 4 and unlike is 2, but you notice that for the comment we have 1 comment, but if we enter this it shows 0 because we already passed 0 to this comment. So in the next video we will start the implementation of the comment. So let's see you in the next video. Notice, if let's go back to this and confirm for the last, you see we have 0 0 and it displayed the code for the Yasser Yusuf here, and whenever we click each post it will take us to this post. So now next thing we will do is that we will have the implementation for the comment. Let's see you in the next video. Hi, welcome back to our social networking app tutorial with React and Spring Boot. In this video we will create 2 components, which is create comment and then comment, which we will use to display our comment here. Now you see we have 1 comment, but if we click, so we have no implementation for the comment, right? We just set this to 0. Okay, now the next thing we will do is that we will have a create comment component and then comment. Okay, so let's go to the component, new file, and name this create comment.js. okay, and we will use the React code snippet to generate code. Okay, let name it create comment. Okay, we don't need the state here. So inside our constructor we will define the state that we need for this class, equal to user we set this to empty, and then content, we will set this to empty as well. That is, we will use the form to receive the data and update this state. Okay, so now we need a div here with a class name comment form. Okay, so inside this we will have our form, and we need the information here at comment. Okay, so what next? The next thing here, we need to have form. So inside this we will have input and text area element, which we will use to receive the data from. Let's start with the input. So we define the type and the placeholder. Type equal to text, placeholder will be your name. Okay, and then this input is required. So then we need a text area as well, but before then we need a break here, followed by the text area. Our text area will have a placeholder. First we define the rows before the placeholder. Rows equal to 3, and then the placeholder will be, the information will be right your comment here. Okay, then this is required as well. So we also need a button for the submit that we will use to comment. So we need a break again before the button. So here we will use the input, but this type is submit. Okay, and then we also need the value. Okay, which the value will be comment. Okay, so now we will define the method that will use this input and the text area, which we will handle the text and the content and then update our state. So let's start with the handle user, which we will use to handle this input. Okay, so we will start with handle user change event. We will receive the changes and then update our user. Okay, so const the value event dot target dot value, and then we will use this dot set state and update our user with the current value. Okay, so we also need to add the method to handle the text area. So handle text change event. So this will be similar to the one we have, the handle user change. We just need to add it here and then change this to content. That is the only changes we will make here. Okay, we have the content. Okay, so what we will do next is that we will have to call this method, to add this method to the input and the text area. That is on change. Here it is on change. We pass the method that will handle change, this dot handle user change for the input, and then for the text area we will have on change this dot handle text change, this dot handle text change, and then this dot handle user change. So what we will do next is that we need to the handle, that is handle submit. That is when we submit, how it will, what will happen. Handle submit equal to event with event. Okay, so we will prevent default submit, prevent default. Okay, so on what we will do next, we will have the on submit. Okay, props. On submit prop, we will use this to pass the data that we just submit to another component, which is the single post component. So this will be a prop, this dot props dot on comment submit. So we will pass the data here for the user face, which we will access using this dot state dot user. Then we trim in case of the space. If we have space around, we trim. Okay, then we need the content as well. So this dot state dot content. Okay, this dot state dot content dot trim as well. Okay, so and the next thing that we will do, let's call the on submit here and give it to this method on submit this dot handle submit. Okay, so here after we submit and pass it to the on commit submit, inside the single post we will have the method that will handle on commit submit. So before then we will set all the value to empty so that the user will know that he submitted. If you remember, we did the same with the create post. You see, if we have a name like this, and then we also have a content like this. Once we submit, this will not go on, it will remain. So to avoid this, we will set it to empty so that it will go as we submit, it will disappear. Okay, so we will use this the set state here, set state, and then set the value for the user to empty, as well as for the content to empty as well. Okay, so we will access those using the value. We will set this value, then access the user. Okay, this set that user, so we will have empty after submit using this, and we will also have the value here for the content, value equal to, we access this dot state dot content. Okay, now the next thing we will do is we will bind all these three methods to this constructor. We have this dot handle, we start with the handle user change equal to this dot handle user change dot bind this. Okay, we will have this dot handle text change equal to this dot handle text change dot bind this. Okay, and then for the submit, this dot handle, we have handle submit equal to this dot handle submit dot bind this as well. Okay, we finish with the create comment component. So we need to test this to see. So we need to print this in the console so that we can see. Let's use the console.log. Once we submit, we will see if our create comment component is working fine. Okay, so we'll use the JSON.string file, then follow by our state this dot state. Okay, we will have the object which contains the user and the content. So okay, now we will call this inside the single post component, and then we will test if our implementation works. But before then, we need to import the component from React. Okay, so let's import component from React like this. So save the changes, and then let's go to the single post component. We will call this. Okay, so create comment. Remember, we have the prop. Let me show you. Inside the create comment, we define this on comment submit, which we will use to pass data to our single post component. Okay, so we need to define a method to handle on comment submit. Okay, so inside our single post component, here it is, we will have the method to handle on comment submit. Okay, now let's define the method. We will just have the empty method for now. We will have the implementation of the method later. Let's set handle comment submit, and let's have this empty and bind this to the constructor of this method, this class. We have this dot handle comment submit equal to this dot handle comment submit dot bind this. Okay, so let's save the changes, and we will call this inside the, we will have the on comment submit. Let's check the create comment so that to have no spelling error. Let's just copy the on comment submit that will pass our data to the handle comment submit. So, and we'll have this dot handle comment submit. Okay, so later we will have the implementation of our handle comment submit. Just we define it so as not to the React to prompt us to have the we have the comment submit props. Okay, now let's test our implementation to see if it works. Let's go to the, okay, go to the single post component. You see we have the comment, add comment, your name, write comment here, then the submit comment. Okay, now let's have Aliyu, and then we will have the, we will answer to this post. Let's set yes. He said, hi Ali, are you there? Let me just write yes, and then click comment. Okay, you see immediately after the comment it disappeared. And let's check if, let's inspect the console. Okay, you see we have user, Aliyu, and the content yes from the create comment component. Let's clear the console and also have another comment. Okay, so let me write another Aliyu, and then yes. Okay, go to the console. You see we have user, Aliyu, and then content yes. That means it is working as expected. Okay, so the next thing we will do is to have the comment component, which is simple. And let's have the new file comment.js. Okay, so we will have the to generate, let's have comment like this, and then so we will import the component, import component from React. So we'll have a div here, comment, that is a component that we will use to display each comment. This div has the class name comment, and we are passing data to this. So first we have the h3, which has the this dot props dot user. and then we'll also have the text, okay, which will have these dot props dot content. Okay, so let's save this. We will remove the state, we don't need it now. Okay, now this is what we have so far. In the next video we will have the implementation of our handle comment submit, and we will also continue to save this in the database and display the comment, that available comment. So let's meet in the next video. Hi, welcome back to our social networking app tutorial and the last part of this tutorial. In the previous tutorial we have create comment component and the comment component, where we use the single post and pass the handle comment submit to the create comment, which we will use to receive the comment submitted by the user. We will later have the implementation of the handle comment submit, but before then let's define a controller method which will find the post by its ID, and then we update the comment. Then we have also the API. Inside our API we will call the method using the Axios. So let's go to our backend. Here inside the controller we will define the method, controller method. So we will start with the output mapping, which we use for update, and then we will pass the path as comments. We will have ID here so that we can use it to find the post by its ID. Okay, so the method public, let's start the response entity. We pass the post and name the method update comment. Okay, so this method will have two parameters. The first one is at path variable, which we will use to find the post by ID. Let's add the at path variable, and the type is long. The type of the ID is long. So followed by the at request body. We will use the at request body to receive the object of the comment, which we will pass from our front end. So this is of type comment. Okay, so you are seeing this error because we did not return anything. So the implementation of the method. So we need this code to find the post by its ID. So let's have it here. We don't need to rewrite it again, since that we have it inside the get post by ID. Okay, when we find the post by ID, then we will update our comment that we have. Remember, we have this get comment, which we define inside our post. As you can see, it is the array list. We use the getter to get the comment and also add new comment. So let's go to the social app controller and continue the implementation. We'll get comment and then add comment. So we are passing this comment from here. Okay, so now the next thing, we will save this. So let's name this post updated, post updated equal to post repository dot save post. Okay, we will save this and then we will return the response entity. Here we need to add the okay, post updated. So and here we will access the okay and then pass this as the body, post updated. This is the updated post object. Okay, so we finish with this, and the next thing we will go to the API file, then have the Axios call this method. So let's go to the API.js. Inside the API.js, let's name the method update comment again. Okay, so we will define a method update comment here, which we will use to call our backend. And remember, we need to pass the ID because we will use the ID and the comment object. So here we'll return the Axios dot put. Okay, then followed by the social API base URL. We follow the pattern of the path that we have there, which start with the comment and then net this with the slash, and here we have this here. We don't need to run plus ID again. You see we have this here again. So what's remaining is that we need to add the comment as well, so that we will receive this as a request body. So we just need to add a comma followed by the comment. So we will call this update comment inside our single post component. So let's save the changes before going further. And then the next thing we will do, let's go to the single post component. So we will add a comment to this state object first. So let's add a comment, and the comment is, let's name it comment because it is many and it is array. We will have many comments for a single post. Okay, so we will continue with the implementation of the handle comment submit. Okay, so remember we pass this as proc, and we will receive the submitted comment, and we will receive the submitted comment here inside the handle comment submit. So how we will receive the submitted comment? We will receive it just as the parameter like this. Comment that we will receive. This represent the new comment that we will receive. Okay, so before then we need to have the const comment, which is our comment in the state, the current state. We use this dot state dot comment and store it here, because when we add, let's go, so when we add new comment we need to combine it to this. Okay, here we have the current comment that we have in the state, and this represent the new comment. Okay, so we will concat this. How we will do this is that let's have a const like this and name this new comment equal to, we use the comment that we have here. Okay, comment dot, then we use the concat so that we can combine it with the comment that we have, that is the new comment. Okay, so we like this and pass the comment. Okay, so here we have a new comment, which is the updated comment. So when we have this, that not all we need to update our state. Okay, so we need this dot set state, then for the comment that we have, comment like this, then we set it to new comment. Okay, so we update it with the new set of comment that we have. I remember inside the this dot set comment, we also, if this get post by id fetch, it also fetch by the comment. Okay, and if it fetch an empty comment, we will still use and update the comment when we have. Okay, let's have comment, then use the post dot comment, which will, that is how we will use to receive the comment from the get post by id. So remember, we have the API method that we have in the API file, so we will call it here. So here it is already imported. Okay, so now let's call it inside this API. We have the method that access it update comment. So before passing this, let's check our API file again to see which parameter come first. We have id, then followed by the comment. Okay, so let's go back to the single post component. So we pass the id first. So how we will get the id? So we will get the id using the this dot state dot id. Okay, comma, the next is the comment, and we will pass the new comment here, not the set of comment. So that we will receive the comment here and the id, we will add the new comment to the list of comment that we have. We first get the comment. If it is empty, we add a new one. If it has many, we add another. So let's go back. So here we will pass the comment. Okay, so we will save the changes now. So the next thing we will do is that we will display this comment inside the render. Okay, remember we have the comment component, so we will use this to pass the user as prop and content as prop. So inside the method that we will define, so let's go back to the single post component. So here we will have the method. So to define the method inside the render, we will have a semicolon. We will define this dot state. We will map over the list of comment that we have. This dot state dot comment dot map. and display each. So we'll have a function here. Remember, this is the comment which we have as each comment. So so we will have a return here before calling the comment component. Return. So inside this return we will use to display the comment. Okay, so let's have our comment. Make sure the comment is imported here. Okay, so let's import the comment. Import comment. Okay, this is okay, and let's go back to this. Remember, our comment has prop, so we will pass the, let's check how we define this inside the comment. Start with the user and the content. So first we will pass the user. How we will do this, we will have the user like this, and then comment. For each comment we get the user, and then the content. For the content, equal to comment dot content. Okay, so this is how we display the comment. Okay, so now let's save the changes and then test our final section. Okay, now let's go to this phase. We need to refresh this, testing our implementation. Okay, so we are having this because you see we have this as 0, but you see we have the comment because that is the comment already submitted. So why we have this as 0? Let's go back to the code. If you can remember, before having the implementation for this, we just pass this as 0. So this does not supposed to be 0. We will pass the number of the comment. So we'll use this using the this dot state dot comment dot length, because the length defines the number of the comment that we have. Okay, let's save this and make sure you save your backend as well. Okay, so let's go to this. You see the comment reflected the number of comments. That is because we previously added the comment since from the beginning, since we implement this. So now let's try to add another comment to see if our implementation work. Let's add Aliyu Adam. Okay, so and then followed by just yes. Okay, you see another comment added, Aliyu Adam. Okay, let's check the DB, refresh. You see we have Aliyu Adam content, yes. Okay, so let's go back and add another comment to like this. You see we added this. Okay, it works, looks like work. When we click this, it takes us to here. Talk is cheap. Show me the code. Let me add the name and comment, Aliyu Sahabo Adam, and then have like here comment. You see we have our comment, it works. Okay, now this is the final of this tutorial. I will say that this is the end of this tutorial. Thank you for watching, and I hope you will subscribe this channel for more videos.